think we can muster up a little bit of fun. We can see about that. Let's go ahead and get the stream rolling. Hi. Hello. There it goes. Happy Choomsday. Happy new stream week. I hope everyone is doing well. I hope you're all having a good evening. I hope it's been good start to the week so far. It's been kind of weird. It's been, I don't even know, frankly. Yesterday was just, it was just nuts. It was just like, the workday got going, and then I spent like half the day just, I wouldn't quite call it putting out fires, but just so many strange requests, and I'm just like, all right, I guess I'm just going to be playing catcher on all of this, and we got through it. But it was a weird day. It was a very weird day. Today was better, but it was still just kind of like, I feel like I spent half my energy for the entire week on Monday, and now I'm just like, uh-oh. Oh, force give me strength. Speaking of which, oh God, where was I? So I've been watching season 2 of Andor, and I got to like the second half of the season, and then I just kind of binged it all the way to the end. Like I got to episode 7 or 8 and kind of just didn't stop until the show ended. I don't know how to describe it. My internet has been going out during work hours and has been pissing me off. On one hand, I get that. I get it because I get really annoyed when I'm trying to do work and I can't. And I'm like, could you just fucking not? On the other hand, it's like, cool, me time. I've only gotten through the second episode. Okay, so here's the thing that's really hard. Because if you like Star Wars, I recommend it really highly. If you don't like Star Wars, that's okay. I frankly still recommend it really highly because the closest thing that Andor feels like in terms of other Star Wars projects is Rogue One. But it's really not even that. It's so like different in its tone and its approach from pretty much any other Star Wars project that I'm just like, it's still really good. Even if you don't like Star Wars and you don't want to get involved with it as a whole, it's yeah! I honestly feel like whether you like Star Wars or not, this is a very must watch. Is hyperbolic, obviously, but it's up there. If it's up for 10 minutes, I have to take my lunch for that time. If that, well, that's your fucking company's problem. That's the problem. Is like, obviously, you know, we have some standpoint of like trying to make up some of the time, but we're also like, the internet's out. The fuck do you expect us to do about it? So yeah, you shouldn't be on the hook for stuff that's out of your control like that. I'm sorry that you are, but again, that sounds like a them problem. We can call up Comcast or whoever's responsible and be like, listen, Buster. But yes, the first 3 episodes are really rough. Like, they're good, but it's kind of a mental slog to get through that. And then it really picks up. It really gets into the stride for the rest of the season, and holy shit. So yeah, I loved it. I thought it was incredible. I have one very minor gripe with it, and it's not even. I have a wedding in Georgia next time. I need sync time for it. Yeah, that just shouldn't be your liability. Anyway, so yeah, I ended up staying up late to finish that, but it was totally worth it, and I love that show. Um, God damn. I don't want to spoil anything, so I can't go really in depth on it, but you guys should watch it. You guys should definitely watch it. What else did I do? So the summer outfit I'd say is getting close to done, so I'm happy about that. Got some more work done on the splash art for it. So I found out Clip Studio lets you have licenses on 2 machines, which is good because that's how many machines I have. But they can't be on at the same time, which is, I don't know, I guess it's understandable. They don't want people, being able to share the program and use it simultaneously. I get that, but it says something about a limited number of machine transfers per day, which makes it really hard to load Clip Studio over onto the other computer and test it, because I'm like, well, what if I want to go back to my main computer and keep drawing? So I haven't really been able to mess with that much. The computer, as far as I can tell, is up and going pretty well. Maybe I'll use this long weekend to sort of make sure that all the VTube Studio stuff and everything is ready to go. And we might have a test run of the dual stream, the dual box stream next week. We might give that a go and see how it does. We might do that on it would be either Tuesday or Thursday, just so that, if there is scuff, we don't lose the whole longer Saturday stream to do it. Yeah, I don't know. It was a pretty quiet weekend. It was a pretty good weekend. I did manage to get a short bike ride in, and then just kind of worked on some stuff. I have to ask what you think of Windows 11. I'm still playing that off. It's complicated. So I don't hate it completely. Which is, I know, a great way to start off. So I'd say for the most part, I don't notice much that is different about it, right? A lot of the day-to-day operation is not that different from Windows 10. I do feel like occasionally I notice stuff that is weird or that is different from Windows 10. And a lot of times when it does sort of pop up, I don't like it that much. Weird little things in how the windows behave, how the UI and the icons look. Again, I can't really say Windows 11 runs a lot slower than Windows 10. It's hard. I haven't benchmarked it, right? I don't really have a concrete way to benchmark that. So it's kind of just vibes, and I do feel like Windows 11 is slower. Hello, Sonic. Happy Choomsday. Welcome in. So, honestly, one of the things that I looked for was can I get an icon pack for Windows 11 that makes everything look like Windows 10? Because these icons suck. They're like Apple themed. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'll check that out later. Wait, what is it? Oh, cool. That looks neat. Uh-uh. So, I don't know. Like, Windows 11 is... It's... I would say at best, it's fine. It's fine. I don't hate it, but I don't like it. Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing to me. I don't feel like I need to love an operating system. And this is admittedly a problem that I think Microsoft doesn't necessarily know how to solve. I don't want the operating system to do a lot. I want the operating system to be a table. I want it to be a platform. I want it to be a fucking flat surface that lets me navigate to my software and to my files. That is the functional part of the computer experience that I want to be doing, and the operating system just needs to support that. And Microsoft, I think, understand, like, they can't just... I feel like they could just do that, but it's hard to monetize that. And they feel like they have to get their money from somewhere, and so they put all of these things in to try and get you to subscribe or buy premium versions or whatever else. And it's just like, I don't care about any of those. I don't want OneDrive. I don't want, Office subscription. I don't want this, that, or the other. It's like, just let me access my streaming software and Steam and Clip Studio and whatever else I install on you. I don't want to spend a lot of time in Windows. And I feel like the people that do want to have that user experience are going to spend... Well, they're going to get Macs, because Mac has built this whole ecosystem that, if you're into that sort of thing, that's what you're probably just going to go get one of those, right? I don't see people opting for the Windows version if they don't have to. And I don't know, like I was saying the other day, I feel like at some point it's just going to get so frustrating that Linux, assuming it supports everything that I want to do, is just going to be the more straightforward option, right? Because I feel like there are versions of Linux that are just that. Like, it's a platform that runs things. And I'm like, cool, yes, let's go. So, I don't know. It was probably more than you might have been looking for, but that's kind of my vibe check on Windows 11 right now. It's like, I don't hate it, but I don't like it. And I feel like I might like it. Well, no. I would be more okay with it if I weren't being forced to use it, right? The fact that they're dangling the guillotine more and more for what is at best a side grade to Windows 10, it's just like, you suck. Oh, I gotta tell you guys about an article I saw today. This is, I don't even know, like, the speaking of bad vibes, speaking of bad vibes, if any of you guys are familiar with one Randy Pitchford, chief at Gearbox, the game developer and game publisher. So good old Randy was on Twitter, which is always a great start to a story, right? Because only good things happen on Twitter. So Borderlands 4 is due out later this year. And obviously with everything going on with like the Switch 2 and the general sort of state of the gaming market, there's a lot of question about how expensive Borderlands 4 is going to be. And people are, going to be very unhappy if it's $80, because $80 is a lot of money to spend on a game, to spend on kind of anything. And so, people were messaging Randy and me like, hey Randy, how this game better not be $80, whatever, etc., etc. And Randy responded to one of the comments by saying, A, not my call, which is fair, understandable. That's not necessarily a decision that he can unilaterally make. But you notice that he said A. B, if you're a real fan, you'll find a way to make it happen. I can only imagine the head of PR at Gearbox waking up this morning and looking out their window and just feeling a disturbance. Oh, just yeah, that was the wrong thing to say, and as you can imagine, people did not respond well to it. And it's just like, dude, Randy, what the fuck are you doing? Could just said not my call and left it at that, right? Like, people are messaging him like he can magically change it, and it's not a decision that he can make on his own, and that's fair. But then to put the onus on people to do whatever it has to take to buy the game is like, no. What if I just don't then? Oh my god. Some people should just not have social media. Some people should not be the public face of things. And look, I'm not an especially sociable person. I know that if I were some big media personality, I would just be like, no, I'm not, this is not my scene, man. I shouldn't be doing this. What am I doing here? But Randy does not seem to have the self-awareness to disengage. It's like, dude, stop, you have a team for this. It's gonna be a weird time for games. It is. It is gonna be a weird time. And, okay, so there was a point that was made in the IGN article discussing this towards the end. So if you guys are familiar with the Mafia series, the name is pretty self-explanatory, right? But there's a new Mafia game coming out that is earmarked at $50, and the developer, 2K, has confirmed, quote, that it is not an open world game, but rather a linear narrative-driven game. The announcement was positively received, with many fans saying that they're more interested in a high-quality, cheaper, shorter story-driven Mafia game than a bloated open-world game filled with repetitive mechanics. Now, some of that might be, the writer's own opinions. That might be them paraphrasing some of the things that have been said in comments responding to the announcement. It's a little hard to say, but I think this kind of circles back to some of the stuff that I've been talking about, that having everything just be bigger and more an extra is inevitably going to cost more to try and pull that off, which is why the games also have to cost more, right? Like, if you can create a tighter, more focused project that doesn't require as many resources to execute on, you don't need to charge as much, and it's also not as much of a risk to your company if it goes belly up, right? Which, I mean, games do, even good games. You know, if they are released at the wrong time, if they're released in the shadow of another bigger title, or, you know, maybe there's a sleeper hit. Maybe there's something that no one really thought was going to be a big deal, and then it turned out to be a big deal, and your major release got sidelined. That's not your fault. It's not because the game you made was bad. It was bad luck. But if you bet the farm on it, then goodbye, Bessie. I don't know how many hits Obsidian has taken over the years. Like, you gotta give Obsidian credit. If nothing else, they have been repeatedly kicked in the face by, it feels like, everyone. And they keep trucking. I'm an Obsidian fan. I like Obsidian. I think they're a respectable company. Even if they're not, you know, the most successful or whatever. We should probably get John. Let me back up a little bit here. We can keep chatting, but we'll start in on the art. We gotta finish up this here fish. We got a fishy. What needs finishing? I believe she's gonna be streaming tonight, so we're gonna try and raid her afterwards and deliver the goods. Yeah, I don't know. It's, as you say, it's gonna be a weird time. I think, yeah, on the upper end, we're just gonna get more expensive games, and that's gonna suck. But I do think there's gonna have to be more flexibility on the scale of games and the associated costs, because if everything just goes up into the $80-$90 range, it's just gonna collapse on itself, which, I don't know, maybe the industry is like, well, that's fine as long as we're the one that doesn't collapse. That seems to be partially the mindset. Also, I'm trying to keep up with the Nintendo Pocket Parachute as it goes. I've only kept up with that in the periphery. I just feel like it's predominantly pettiness on Nintendo side. Like, I've never... Okay, so Palworld came out and there was the whole debate on, you know, the use of AI generation in Power World's development, which I don't think we ever got like a truly conclusive ending to. I think it just kind of petered out. I think people got, just moved on to the next thing. But I just never picked up much interest in the game myself. I kind of wrote it off as a consequence of all that. So I'm not really a big fan of Pocket Pair, but Pocket Pair has been trying to undermine the legitimacy of the patents that Nintendo's using its foot because they are vague and should not have been allowed. I mean, that's absolutely true. I think most of the arguments are trying to claim ownership of abstract ideas. And the fact that Nintendo seems to just be throwing more and more like elements at it, I don't know, it feels like a swarm tactic of we're just going to bury you under so many arguments that you can't keep them all straight and just have to take a deal to get your head above water again. It's scummy. I don't know. It sucks that I'm not going to be able to play the next Zelda. I'll just put it that way. Yeah, I don't want to say anything that starts getting really like accusatory or malicious or anything, because I could definitely go there, but it doesn't really do any good, right? But I would definitely like to see Nintendo get their comeuppance. I feel like they've been so aggressive to everybody around them. Everyone that they have any association with, they just treat like shit. Yeah, and frankly, I think I would recommend that. I mean, their performance is definitely a concern, but I mean, part of it for me, and I've talked about this before, but I bought the Switch and I bought 3 games for it. I bought both Zeldas. I haven't bought Echoes of Wisdom, and I bought an indie title. Right? So, I don't know. Like, I understand being a fan of a franchise or whatever, but buying it for a singular or a small number of games to me is just not a good move, my opinion, right? And then just, I don't know, especially in this situation, just feels so objectionable. Yeah, I don't think I want... No, Nintendo I do not want to go out of business. But I do think they need to... I do think they need to be humbled. In the same way that I hope Disney is being humbled, I think Nintendo needs to be reminded that they don't get to act like the mafia. There we go. Did I disappoint you? If I cross the line. It could be a final call. There we go. That's looking better. I did get a little bit of Star Citizen time in this weekend. Ran around, did some of the combat missions and stuff that they've introduced. I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it for the most part. I'm happy with, I think, the direction that the game is going in. And the fact that it's starting to feel more like a game. It's still in a weird place where I can't really imagine it running properly. Which I know is such a weird thing to say, but I honestly do look at it and I'm like, theoretically, at some point this game is going to like run and function like a proper game, and I can't imagine that day. It feels like it's always gonna be kind of buggy and incomplete. And anytime they release something new, it's gonna have some problem or another. But I do think it is getting better. And it honestly has some really fun, really exciting moments. You know, there was a battle that I got into where I was in my larger ship, you know, kind of a multi-purpose ship. So it's not a dedicated combat ship. It can do cargo hauling, it can fight, it can kind of do everything, but it's not, you know, specialized for anything. And so I tried to go into a fight with it, and I managed to, you know, survive. But my ship got its ass kicked. I lost half a wing. I lost the lateral thruster off the other wing. So I'm just sitting here, like, anything I try and do to move the ship, to turn or reorient myself, essentially just puts me into a spin. Right, because the ship is trying to sort of maneuver and then course correct itself, but it doesn't have the right thrusters to do the maneuvers that it wants to do, so it just kind of starts spinning randomly. And so I figured out the only way that I could essentially control my ship correctly was to turn off the coupled mode, which is essentially sort of the automated system that makes the ship fly more like a plane, right? So instead it's all, you know, manual positioning, and there's no auto correction of velocity or anything that, you know, will sort of bring you back to a stop. And so I'm basically flying just like a ballistic object, trying to get back to the station. And I finally got most of the way back to the station. I was a few hundred kilometers out. And I couldn't lock the jump drive to get the rest of the way there. So I just had to, like, I got the nose pointed at it and just hit the thrusters and got up to speed and drifted for like 4 minutes. You know, just, it honestly felt like one of the Apollo missions that was just like, you know, get the target in the sight, on the ball, and then just float. You know, minor corrections if it seems like I'm starting to drift, but just hold it. And then, you know, I got close enough that I was able to, you know, sort of kill my speed, request the landing, and bring it in. And I dropped the landing gear, and I'm like trying to bring it down, but again, half the thrusters are shot to fuck. And so I'm like bringing it down, but the ship keeps wobbling. I'm like, just put it on the fucking deck. It was honestly really fun. So I don't know. It's still hard to recommend the game because it is definitely still at best an early access title, right? And it's like maybe in a few more years it'll be in a place where it's like, yeah, no, this is fun, and I would recommend picking it up if you like space games. But it's gonna take a little bit longer before I think it has sort of that, shall we call it, mass market appeal. You know, people that just want to play it, they don't really want to put up with it. I suppose that's part of the weirdness. It's kind of going on with, frankly, a lot of things right now, but like with games, that it's like, you shouldn't have to put up with games, right? Like, it should just be fun. It should just be a thing that you can get into and you can play and be like, this is good, I like this. And that's just kind of the end of the conversation, right? I feel like it's harder to find that now. Frankly, with a lot of things. I remember I wanted to change the eyebrows a little bit. I think just making them a little less like, downward angled. There we go. Yeah, it feels better. Like, it still has the same sort of attitude about it, but it's not quite as aggressive. It's not quite as mean-spirited, I feel like. Better know I can tell you. No wonder I'm having so much trouble blending. Using a very hard brush. I'll turn up all the pain. There we go. They'll never understand. Okay, let's clean this up a little bit. When it all fall apart, there'd be nothing left. Oh right, I want to work on these ruffles. Grab that really quickly. Yeah, so I've got it kind of angular right now. They need to be a lot softer. To sort of roll around like this. I haven't had a chance yet. I really want to. So, Helldivers had an event that started last week, basically, where the Illuminate sort of initiated the end game of their big plan, where essentially they have this wormhole that they've sort of sent careening towards Earth, Super Earth, my apologies, and sort of over the last few weeks and months, we figured out how to go about stopping the wormhole from reaching Super Earth and, you know, just ripping it apart with gravitational force. So we've been working on that. We've been successful, but you know, as the wormhole has sort of come to a stop, a massive Illuminate invasion force appeared out of the wormhole and has started attacking planets. You know, with a clear trajectory to head to Super Earth directly. So over the last week or so, sort of the plan was to just put the calculations basically said there's going to be battle at Super Earth. There's no way that we can stop it. The question is how much damage can we do to them before they arrive, right? So we've just been trying to inflict as many casualties as possible. But last night, I guess, the invasion began. And so, you know, Super Earth is now a battlefield, and we have massive urban combat maps and a bunch of new Illuminate enemies, and it looks really fucking sick. I really want to get in and try it, but I haven't had a chance to play yet. I'm probably going to get together with my work friends tomorrow, because Helldivers is kind of one of the main games that we play together. They've also been playing a lot of V-Rising, which I don't think is really my style of game, but I am curious about it. I might join them on that at some point. Just give it a try and sort of see if it's like, if it sort of proves to be an exception. I still haven't bought Repo. They were playing that for a little bit. And Repo has been very popular, but, you know, I bought Lethal Company to play with some friends back when that was the hot shit. I think I played it like 2 times, and then never played it again. I don't know. I feel like if I buy Repo, it's just going to be the same thing. Granted, there are a lot of people playing Repo right now, but I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing that the same thing that happened to Lethal Company? Yes. Is gonna happen to Repo. You know, you have your 15 minutes in the fame, you have your time in the sun, and then it's someone else's turn. I don't think that's a bad thing, but you know, I just personally don't want to, you know, sort of get into cycles of like spending money on games that I only end up playing a couple of times. Admittedly, I don't know that any of us thought we were gonna end up playing Helldivers 2 as much as we did, but it kind of became like our main thing for a while. I really like that game. I think Arrowhead did a great job with it. Also, on the subject of comeuppance, we got to stick it to Sony with that one. And that was fun. Just nudging this back a little bit, which admittedly is probably more than we need to do, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Yeah, that's fine. Looks better at least. Well, Tisha, I be a bee. I be doing okay. Just kinda chilling. Hoping I have enough energy to make it to Friday. But we shall see. How are you doing? How's your week treating you so far? It be going and it be buzzing. I think that's good. I hope that's good. There we go. I'm just trying to finish up this drawing tonight. Get that little extra polish and really make it sing. As good as it does, as good does. Thank you. Yeah, I think Ego did a really good job designing this character. It's very fun. It's a very good use of colors. Take my home, you belong. One day that world is gonna fall. Thank you, autosave. Gonna be that city on the hill. Someday those tears are gonna spill. So be that one easy, strong, 'cause it is all too long. Someday your bird is gonna fly. Don't be there while until it's done. Don't be there while until it's done. But now you've got nowhere to run. Almost there. Okay. I keep wanting to talk about Star Wars thoughts, but I don't want to spoil Andor. I feel like if I talk about it even in sort of a roundabout way, it would kind of spoil the show. So it's like, I'm just gonna shut. I'm just gonna shut, and you guys should watch it. There we go. I'm spoiled as a rotten vegetable. Exactly. Yeah, we gotta be mindful that not everybody might be spoiled. They might not be caught up, right? We gotta give people a chance. I know Standing said that they're only 2 episodes in, so that's at least one person. Yeah, some stuff is just gonna inevitably be spoiled. And some stuff like that just, you know, permeates into the public consciousness to the point that even if you've never seen the movie or the show or whatever it is, you probably still know about it. Even though everyone always misquotes it. The misquote makes more sense out of context, which is why I think people always say it, but it is not the actual quote from the movie. Take me back to my home, sweet home. I am back. Clouds are making way for me. I'm coming home, sweet home. Be there one, building strong cause we. I know, that's always such a weird thing to me that they kind of gave it away. Like, in as long as if you spoke German, you're like, what? I always wonder how much George Lucas like had it all sort of planned out and thought of back when he made the original movie. Because frankly, as much as it's a big deal now, I really feel like the Clone Wars was just kind of a throwaway line. Right? Like, okay, well, so you look at the influences of wouldn't be rivaled until Jedi Master I'm gonna die. His parents really did not like him. What can I say? But yeah, you look at the original influences for Star Wars, you're like, okay, so you've got a lot of war movies, a lot of serial adventures, you've got samurai movies, you know, you've got ideas of like Wandering Ronin, who usually, you know, served a master at some point, or a lord at some point, and then left their service, but, you know, probably fought in a battle at some point in the past. So, you know, you got Obi-Wan, who served Bail Organa, right? It's like, okay, so we should probably have some reference to, like, a past war or conflict or something. Now, what sounds adequately sci-fi? What about a war with clones? Yeah, that'll do. Clone Wars. Honestly, that was probably like the entire point of origin for the Clone Wars. Is like, we just need a good sort of ambiguous historical event that can just sort of be thrown out there. Doesn't need to be anything specific or super flashy or whatever. Like, just call it the Clone Wars. Good enough. Sounds good. Moving on. Next part. I can't imagine that Lucas at that point was like, so what would we do to like make that a thing? What was going on there? I doubt it. Yes, followed by the Wookiee Wars. And the Fish People Wars. There's a lot in Star Wars that has been made important after the fact. But in like the original Inception or whatever was just kind of there. You're like, alright, fine. There we go. It's good enough. Okay, I think we're just about done with this. I'm just kind of polishing up a few little areas left. Not that. Here feels pretty good. It's a little bit more breakup, maybe. Yeah, I think that's looking pretty good. Just a little bit more. Good. Alright, yeah. So you got that. That looks pretty good. Just gonna add a little bit of like a notch right there. I saw Zootopia 2 got a release date. I hope it's good. I really liked the first movie. I thought that was a lot of fun. So I hope the second one lives up to it. I was very concerned when they announced Inside Out 2. Because Inside Out was one of my favorite movies. And, you know, with the sort of track record Disney and Pixar have been on over the last few years, I was very... I had a bad feeling that they were just sort of grabbing movies to make sequels for, you know, that didn't necessarily need a sequel, but I was just like, don't fuck this up. But Inside Out 2 ended up being a very good movie. I don't know if I would say that it was better than the original one, but it was a worthy successor. I like both of them very much. A lot of times I wonder if we need sequels to some movies. Generally not. Generally not. I think there's a lot of times where sequels are not necessarily done for the right reasons or for interesting reasons. Money. Right? Sometimes we get sequels that are as good or in some cases better. You know, is Aliens better than the original Alien? I would say that's subjective because they aren't the exact same movie, but they are, you know, they're both very good in their own right, and they are both worthy additions, or, you know, worthy movies. Terminator 1 and 2 are both really good. Pixar expecting. We need Bug's Life too. I got it now. I gotta see those bird chicks all grown up. So yeah, Inside Out 2 ended up being really good. So I'm not gonna rule out Zootopia 2 out of hand, but I'm also not gonna get super hyped for it, right? This one is a very much wait and see for me. Willing to be trounced by it, Larry. We need your opinion. Frozen 3. Oh, don't give them ideas. Don't give them ideas. Don't give them ideas. Don't give them ideas. I thought Frozen 2 was okay. I thought it was pretty good. I didn't love it, but it wasn't, you know, it was an okay movie. It was fun. Olaf with a gun. That may be a snowman, but it's about to get hot in here. A pump action blunderbuss. I don't see why not. I got 24 rounds left in this 12-round magazine. There you go. Alright, that looks pretty good. I'm just gonna clean this up a little bit. Gonna clean this up a little bit right here. Look at that cute little face. Look at that cute little face. Alright, I think we're about good there. Just double checking for any egregious issues. I spotted one, kinda. It's not a big issue. I just don't like how mismatched the size on these are. So we're just gonna bring that in like that. And we're gonna get rid of this one. There we go. Good. Okay, I'm willing to call that good. Which means we just gotta do the post-processing pass. And then we'll wrap it up. There we go. Let's see. What are you gonna live on nothing but a sign? Yeah, there we go. Let yourself go. You know you didn't lose your self-control. So what did you wanna do with your point of view as a party? Soon do you wanna go home? There we go. Nice. It's gonna make it a bit bigger. Alright, I like it. I like the approach to hair that we've kind of settled on. It feels very soft, very silky. And I want to break it up like a little bit between different characters, right? Have a bit of a different texture to them. But I think it works very well for her. I think it's got that nice sort of like smooth, watery feel to it. That works pretty well. Alright. So yes, we're gonna keep an eye out and see, because Aiko, by her schedule, should be streaming tonight. So we'll go say hello after the stream and go drop that off. Boop, boop, boop. So we're just gonna park that right up there. And then we're gonna get straight into the next one because the art train stops for nobody. Oh, am I setting myself for trouble with this? Not really, because all of her outfits are complicated. Alright, fuck it, we ball. I'm not actually sure why there's... Oh, wait, is it different? Yeah, okay, got it. Alright, chat, you know how this goes. We're gonna play Guess the Character. Because I'm a stinker like that. Of course, we're also gonna have to figure out the pose a little bit first. I have an idea of what we're gonna do, but we might go through a couple of iterations of cleanup. The one thing that's a little bit of a challenge with this one, for me, well, I say challenge, something that we'll need to strike a balance on, is a lot of, I think, what makes this pose really interesting is the full body. But since we're keeping this really sort of limited to like the head and upper body, it's gonna be interesting sort of figuring out how to get it to like read correctly. Let me try some. Let me see. I'm gonna take a minute. I'm gonna look online and see if I can find some examples of this. That might work. Yeah. Okay, there's one. There's one. Some of these I definitely cannot post. I cannot bring into stream because I will get demolished. That's okay. Okay, this makes sense. Okay, so not you. Yeah, okay. I think I just, my sort of initial plan had the head covering more of the upper body. Which is like, okay, so how do we sort of see the body and understand what the pose is doing, but I think we're just gonna see more of the body than I initially read it as. And that's okay. That's good. That solves... That's a big solve. Brings it like to sound from the loneliness of the heart. What you have? What you know? Okay. Yes. I'm a professional artist and I still need to double check which side the thumb is on. Forgot to size up the image, but I did start the time lapse on this one, so we're good to go there. When the rain was as you clean your nose. That's the wrong one. Let's see, we did that already. Ooh. I don't want a fucking remix. What are you doing? Do we make this vertically oriented? Maybe. No, I think we'll keep it. I think we'll keep it sideways. I think we'll keep it landscape. But then we'll sort of push the arms out a little bit more and earn it. One, two, three. There we go. Can you imagine if Dionysus ever saw the saxophone? It's like, oh my god, this is the best thing ever. You humans, man, how did you manage to put sex into a brass instrument? This is actually what sex sounds like. Zag, my man, you gotta come check this out. Don't let him see the sexy sax video. Oh no, that would... It would change things. It would change things. I don't know if it would be for the better or for the worse, but things would be different. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. 15 years. Really? Some say he's still thrusting to this day. Legend. A hero of the people. Performed 2010, huh? Huh. Look at that. You're right. No, YouTube backs it up. It's 2010. That's wild. I'm not gonna lie, the song is actually pretty good on its own. Epic Sax Guy or no? One second, I want to double check my references here. I pulled up references before. Just feels a little bit different. Oh, okay, I see. Give me 1 second to pull this up. Okay, so we got that, and then... Okay, I see, I see. Okay, I think I get it. Get away from the light. Sorry, I lost you guys for a second. There you are. Great googly moogly, it's all going to shit. I got too many windows, I can't keep track. Okay. Not quite happy with the face yet, but we'll get there. Okay. I think we just gotta slim down the torso a little bit. And then what I want to do is we're going to take the hands and the head, and we're just going to increase the perspective a little bit by scaling them up. These fucking ears, man. They're so tall, I cannot get them in view. They keep getting cropped off. Not sure how we're gonna fix that. I guess we just keep scaling it down, but meh. Meh! I like that. Okay, so that's behind the ear. I thought it was sitting on top of it. There is a part sitting on top, like that, but it's not double layered like I initially read it. Has anybody figured out who it is yet? Probably not. It's still a really rough sketch, but I don't know. Maybe the key landmarks are starting to come together. That feels closer. Nice. Okay, good. Okay. Okay. Yes, I think we'll have just kind of scale up the size of the bow here. And then sort of sleeves, the armhole go like that, right? And chest sort of goes like this. Yeah, so the perspective here is going to be really extreme, actually. Going to be a lot of foreshortening and a lot of sort of small to big. There we go. There we go. I think a lot of these drawings do not know who the character is, but if it looks very happy and wholesome, that is an accurate description. That is an accurate description of them. They're a very sweet, very caring person. I think a lot of these, so my original intention with many of them, with sort of the series of drawings, was essentially just to do like bust portraits, right? Like sort of chest, shoulders up. But I think a lot of them just, for the sake of trying to capture more of the personality without doing like a full body pose, kind of requires that I include the hands, right? It's like if we can't get the whole body language, then we need whatever we can to express the personality, which basically means face and hands. Let's see, I do believe... Okay, yeah, so this is full body glove. God damn it. Same shit, different day. Yeah, I was gonna... Those hands are gonna need so much fucking cleanup. God damn it. God damn it. Alright, hang on. I was gonna say we'll come back to it, but no, we are not. We're gonna figure this out. We're gonna solve it right now. We're gonna solve it right fucking now. Alright, so this is an interesting problem because the way that I have it drawn right now, the pinky finger is going to tangent with the outline of the forearm. So we got to be careful that we don't let that happen. On the bright side, I think the sort of positioning of the hand that we have right now is going to give each of the fingers plenty of room to operate. Yeah. That feels better. And then we can kind of play around a little bit with the positioning, right? There we go. That feels pretty good. So we can do that. And then the forearm. We can sort of do a through line, right? That feels pretty good, I think. Okay, and you know what? I'm gonna be, no, I'm not gonna be lazy. I'm gonna be pragmatic. It's different. But really, it's only a different mindset. Right? can the troll have? Yes. Yes. Pretty soon. Hold on to your wishes if you can't hold on to me. Forgive me for letting you down. Forgive me for letting you down again. I guess I'm not strong enough right now. There we go. You will finally feel the flames that roll into my veins. I will make the city burn. We're not planning to return. Trying so hard to be free, to make you see what I see. Hold on to your wishes if you can't hold on to me. If I'm letting you down again, I guess I'm not strong enough right now. There we go. Right now. The eyes are fucked up, but it's okay. It's more that they're just not pointing. They're not unified in their direction, so it looks really weird. That's okay. We're still blocking. There's a lot of little details to make sure that we sort of find and collect everything, but we're getting there. I'm constantly caught between wanting to have a dog and not being sure that I would actually be able to take care of the dog. I don't know if I would have the time, if I would be responsible enough, if I would be able to give it the home it deserves. I do feel like part of the... I mean, there are many reasons that people like cats, but I do feel like a lot of people appreciate cats' ability to be more independent. Right? They don't need necessarily as much attention as dogs do. I don't know. I like cats fine. I like dogs a lot more. Cats are okay. doesn't help being allergic to them, though. Definitely a point against. Check something really quickly. I want to see if I can find a reference of what this looks like. Because I feel like I'm going to do this wrong otherwise. There we go. Okay, so this is technically the old mom. Oh! Oh, that's clever. That's smart. That's good. That's very good. It's very good. Yes. Okay. Got it. We're going to get rid of that. Then we're going to actually incorporate into the teeth. There we go. Bring you guys back. Alright, I think we're almost done with the very rough block out. So there's that at least. I think this one has taken a little bit longer than perhaps some of the others did to sort of get everything down on paper. Oh, what the fuck is all that? Might have to simplify these ear covers a little bit. Might have to take a couple of liberties just so that we don't blow a fuse. Rules of nature. With the guys on the line. There is such strong way. There we go. Cool. Okay, I'm gonna just get rid of that. Clean up the logic. Good. Yes, I think that's working. Okay, cool. Rules of nature. With their lives on the line, for all that I'm not sure. Okay, I like it. I'm just gonna take this ear. I'm gonna scale it out a little bit. That feels pretty good. Yeah, if we were doing, there's more that I have in mind with it, but it would, like I said, it would require essentially a full body drawing, which is like beyond the scope of what we're trying to do, right? So it's fine. It's fine. We're gonna keep it nice and focused, nice and tight. Darkest of night falls around my soul. There we go. Yeah, there we go. That shoulder boundary, that shoulder connection, you know, where the bicep sort of overlaps up from the chest into the shoulder, is really important in my opinion. You've got the bicep that's sort of coming up, you've got the deltoid coming over. There's a lot of muscles interacting to give the shoulder and the arm its full range of motion, and getting that overlap, getting that shape correct is very important. It's very difficult. Right, and then this arm is not plugging in the right place as a result of that, so we're gonna sort of nudge you back like that. Where's the darkness that and this wickedness consumes me. There we go. Okay, I think we're getting close. I'm still keeping a lot of things really rough, but that's just kind of me being whatever. It's getting there. It's definitely getting there. I want to rework the thumb a little bit on this side. There we go. No, we don't. What the fuck am I doing? What is that? What is that? God, you think I don't know how to draw a fucking hand? Maybe I don't. Maybe that's my big secret I've never known. Maybe I'm just making it all up. What is a hand, really? Contemplation, make a marshmallow stub. It's not a bad idea. Maybe just everybody should become Powerpuff Girls. One of the best gags in that show, I don't know why this one particular joke lives in my head forever, but it does, is the episode where they all swapped bodies. And so Buttercup was in the professor's body, and the hotline goes off, and Buttercup in the professor's body goes to pick up the phone, but she just like karate chops the phone because she tries to grab it like she normally would with her marshmallow arm. And nothing happens. It's so weird. That's a bit better. So you got the pad of the thumb. And then we've got the base of the thumb. And that goes out like that. There we go. Okay, cool. We got it. I can work with that. What now? You put it out in the world. You don't get to take it back. What's done is done, Teashel. You have to live with the consequences of your actions. Sound much. It's like a Twilight Zone episode or something. There we go. Fade in, fade out, this crazy dream. Okay, I actually have this somewhat backwards, and we'll see if I can flip it, but I'm probably just gonna have to redraw it. Stop the rain from falling. Kind of. I can kind of get away with it. Mississippi never died. There we go. Fade in, fade out, this crazy dream without a direction, floating aimlessly. There's nothing left back there for me. It's the end of a made-up story. So inside. There we go. Waiting for you. Alright, I'll just do a quick draw through because I want to double check sort of how the hand is connecting to the arm, right? We kind of, in cleaning it up, I just want to make sure. There we go. That looks good. Yeah, so now the draw through sort of connects better, right? I think that works. More or less. Okay, I like it. There's a couple of things I want to correct though. Well, I say correct. I just want to make the hand a bit wider. A little bit. Then we can work on like the exact sort of form and beauty of the fingers. But I think that's more going to be sort of a paint over territory. Never side of me. Right tomorrow, right today. Dread sorrow, can't turn away. Can't turn back. Okay, that's feeling pretty good. I'm just gonna try and redraw this one rather than do the whole copy paste thing again. You know, now that we sort of figured some stuff out on the other hand. Plus, you know, this lets us do a little bit more easier asymmetry, right? If both of the hands look exactly the same, that's gonna look funky because there's very little perfect symmetry. I don't think there's any perfect symmetry in nature. Except maybe on like an atomic level. But on a big, chunky, flabby human level? No. No, 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 no. Too complicated for perfect symmetry. Too chaotic. You think atoms have weight concerns? You think atoms make fun of each other for being heavy? Weight Watchers for atoms. Damn, dude, you get a new orbit level? You gotta let off some energy. Hit the gym. Oh my god, did you see Becky? Becky really let herself go. I heard you got a new neutron. No matter. No, it's all matter. That's the problem. There we go. Okay, almost done. I don't know why I'm acting like we gotta rush it or anything. I just, you know. If we don't get the sketch done in the next 30 minutes, the stream will explode! Should the head be in front of the... Should the head be in front of the hands, or vice versa? I feel like the head should be in front, so the hair would overlap the thumb. But if that's the case, I'm going to pull this hand out a little bit, just because right now it fights a lot. I think it should. Yeah, let's do this and find out. I think that looks good, right? Does that look good? Or should it be the other way? I feel like it should be this way. But then maybe on this hand, we can sort of nudge the thumb forward a little bit so that it like peeks out from behind the hair more. Maybe like that. Yeah. This one be communication. Almost. We're gonna give it one more pass just because I don't quite like where it's at, but it's close. It's very close. Yeah. That looks about right. Good. Let's do a quick flip test. See how that's looking. Okay, and then yeah, some of that is just differences in the way that I sketch the eyes, so we'll clean that up in due course. There we go. Good. Good. Okay. I gotta be careful because there are some asymmetric elements. I gotta be sure I don't put them on the wrong side. Frankly, some of it, like the face tattoo, I think I'm just gonna leave until the paint over because it doesn't really benefit anything to try and draw it in the sketch. It would only make sense to draw it in the sketch if I were only going to do a sketch. There we go. Cool. Alright, that's looking good. I'm happy with what we're working with so far. Just kind of trying to clean up a few details, connect a few points back together. And then we are gonna have this arm sleeves, which I think connect right about there. That looks good. Got the stripe on there. We're not going to see the ribbon at this angle, so that's going to save me a bit of a headache, bit of work. And then we've got sort of this like wrist bracer that we can see start coming up like that. A stripe that comes around like this. Actually, I think I have the position this off slightly because it comes along the top of the forearm, which sort of doing this pose is going to be, yeah, it is going to be on this side, but it's going to be a little bit more like outward, I think. This is going to be more like this type of deal. Go. And then sort of on the same thing on the other side. Yeah, I think that'll do. Oh, they're little, like, paw prints. I wish there was a clearer reference of them, but I can infer it. Let's just bring them in a little bit. You're getting closer, revealing such an evil side. Surrender at the turning point of destiny. Right now it's do or die. My life is on the line and I will not fear. The power wall, it's clear to me. My spirit grows and I will face this demon. Okay, I think that works. Okay, and then one more detail, just to bring it right here. Got this sort of center plate on the chest. Okay, yeah, I think that's looking good. Prepare to hit the ground. I'll turn your laughter into fear. You know, after Toriyama passed, it took me a long time for it to like fully register. I just remember I was thinking about Dragon Ball. And, you know, Dragon Ball has had a lot of ups and downs. It's had good years and bad years, and there was a whole debacle with the live action thing in GT, which was, you know, enough that Toriyama was like, all right, you motherfuckers are not understanding how to do this franchise. I'll do it myself. I'm coming back. I'm gonna deal with it. Which is how we got Dragon Ball Super. And the last I had heard about Super was that it had kind of gone off into the weeds again, like Dragon Ball likes to do. And I was thinking that, you know, Toriyama might work on that, might come back and try and salvage that again, but I think he was working on some other things. And then it like struck me, it's like, oh no, like just it like took me a strangely long time for it to register. It's like, oh, those things aren't gonna get done now. And I was suddenly very sad. I hope he knew how much of an impact he had. There we go. Yeah, I think we'll kind of emphasize the overlap, especially on this side, by having the hair actually like rest in the hand a little bit. Okay, and then what the fuck are you doing? Okay, so we got this kind of coming down like this. And then, yeah, we've got sort of this shape coming in like that. There we go. What the fuck are... Oh, that's the... Oh, okay. So that shape comes down, and that actually is the chest plate that I drew down there. Okay, it's all coming together. I'm trying to put the pieces together. I think we're gonna have to take this whole sort of construction on the chest with the ribbon and everything and nudge it over just a little bit. Just to sort of get everything to sit nice and evenly. The part that's like right under the collar, I think we just can't see at this angle, and that's okay. There we go. Okay, we'll clean up those details, those sort of, we'll call them surface elements once we get into the painting. Because I'm not super happy with where they're sitting right now, but I think they're serving the purpose well enough for right now. Alright, one last detail on that I think we can get into color blocking. I'm just going to expand the torso out a little bit. A little bit. I think particularly on that side, but we'll take this one a little bit too. Get something going in here. Cool. All right. I like where that's at. I think we're just gonna start blocking colors in. Are you gonna play nice? You're not gonna play nice. What's left inside? Electric tapestry. Neon beckons me beyond its ghostly light. Staircase I descend. Living my unscripted end. Your fate's left to decide. And play the score. We good? Almost. A couple more places to close up. There we go. One. A two. A 3. Good. I'm just gonna clown color it for right now. I am a different man. Broken mirror only shows as best it can. Well, and we're gonna give the game away because it's time for color picking. No longer I pretend, choices I pretend. My conscience paralyzed against the rising tide of haunting memories that drown all wasted life. Always wanting more. There we go. I realized I did not check the mix it up was working. Okay, cool, it is. That's good. I would have been very upset if it were not. Well, not very upset. I would have been miffed. Miffed is good. Miffed is correct. Perhaps even nettled. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to do a fair amount of working the hair and everything to get it to sit just right. Maya has fairly complicated hairstyle. Not fairly. It's very complicated, but it's fun. We might need to go in and add the other ribbon parts as well, but we'll get there. Here, you know what? Just block this in too. That's fine. As you can tell, I'm not particularly concerned with the filigree. It's just kind of like, it's there. There's an idea. We'll figure it out later. shit. Oh, you guys ever stretch so hard it feels like an out-of-body experience? Okay. Okay. Same colors for these. Thank you, Teasel. I'm glad you like it. I'm hoping we'll get it nice and cleaned up. This one might take a little bit longer, but I hope you get some really good rest. Hope you have a good midweek. I'll see you next time. Everyone say goodnight. Posture level disaster. So we know posture level shrimp. What would posture level trilobite look like? Posture level roly-poly. I think I'm actually gonna put this behind the hair. Yes. Oh, this is gonna be very complicated. I think this one layer is gonna end up controlling much of the color information for this entire thing. I'm kind of curious. So when we raided Jay and Fasani the other night, the two of them were saying that they enjoy the color phase of their drawing. I kind of want to see like what their methodology is, because for me a lot of the time this is just kind of like get it done, right? Get the colors blocked in so that things make sense and we can get on to the fun part. And I'm just like, what are you guys doing that this is, you know, that this is one of the most fun elements? Tell me your secrets. Show me your ways. I'll have to pay special attention next time. There's ways to one we've made. Your corporate palisade. You won't automate our roles if we digitize our souls. Okay, that looks pretty good. And no enterprise on earth will make us new. Empire will steal. Rising is moving. How will you misuse? Silly your undoing. There we go. realize I actually need to grab other reference part. The ways to what we made from your corporate palace. We won't automate our words if we digitize our souls. There we go. Enterprise on it will make us kneel. Your empire was too low. Yeah, so this is what I couldn't figure out last time. I wanted to work on Maya's drawing. I didn't have a pose in mind. I was like, what is Maya? Like, what speaks Maya? It took me a little while, but I think I'm happy with what we sort of landed on. You know, trying to freaking infer design of these gloves. Focal point on the model sheet. That's okay. I'm trying to divine the intention. Let's see. I think this is that already. Sure. Oh god, I gotta do it on the other one too. God dang. Go. Resist and disorder. Resist and disorder. Everything burns. Oh, there we go. Okay, I think we have pretty much all of the detail except for the eyes of makeup and the glowy bits. So glowy bits, I'm gonna come right up here. I'm just gonna go through and do all of those. And then what do we have on the head? Okay, so you've got a little button right there, and then we've got a diamond right there. Got little guys right there. And then we've got, I'm not even gonna bother, there's a little stripies and whatnot, but we'll figure them out later. Not gonna concern myself with them just yet. Okay, and then we got little guys right there, and right there. I missed a stripey. Can't see the ones on the neck at this angle, that's okay. Oh, this is like a whole heart-shaped gem. I shorthanded that too much. There we go. You can kind of see the diamond probably right there. Any others? Oh, yeah. Okay, that looks pretty good. So I think the last elements are the makeup and such. So you should probably go ahead and get the actual skin tone in here instead of Green Goblin. Go. In my head, I'm not your machine, not your virus to control. Okay. And then I think we need, I think this is actually the same color. Alright, we'll rough it in just for presence and mindfulness, but I'm not gonna overly concern myself with the exactness of the tattoo right now, just because we're gonna end up messing it up so much in the paint over process that's like, whatever, we'll get it right there, right? The main thing is that we remember that it is there, we include it. I know she's very particular about the tattoo, she really likes it. There we go. There we go. Okay, I think that's about it for makeup. I think for eye. Okay, so it's off-white. good. Okay, you know what? Let's just do this for now. I'm just gonna do one and we'll copy it over. It's easier than trying to like fight it back and forth and get it to sit perfectly on either side, right? There we go. Okay, and one last detail here. I'm just going to grab this nice sort of wine red color to use around the edges. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna pour out my second round of tea. Come on. Will you stay or will you go? The choice is yours. It's yes or no. There we go. Sorry, it's getting in the way. Good. It's really good. Rise and take flight, darling. For the first time in forever, you're alive. Don't you forget that. Cool. Okay, so let me just boop. Make it right. Okay, and then I think just because the rest of so much of Maya's palette is so pale, we're not getting a good sort of like point of reference for the eyelashes, so I'm just gonna come in and do it live. You must go strong. There's no wilting flowers. Rise and take flight, darling. For the first time in forever, you're alive. Rise and take flight, darling. Flowers here, smile and wipe away your tears. Okay. No one left to run. Here's your chance. Take it in your hands. Cool. Okay, I'm noticing we have this like really bright red where the lashes sort of fade off into the makeup. Right. So we'll go like that. Cool. Alright. And then, so unfortunately we don't have a good like color reference for the mouth as far as I can tell. So we're just gonna ad-lib it a little bit. Actually, I really like this color. I think that's good. Yeah, let's use that. Oh boy, that's too much. Maybe just darken down the tongue a little bit. Something like that. She has no teeth. The dusty corners of my mind. Alright, we'll clean up the shape of it, but that's a good start. We'll figure out the background too. I'm not sure about that one yet. Oh! Here you go. Get ready to... Oh, I almost forgot the plug suit. The sort of laminate fill. Okay, what do I want? I want sort of like a warm... Yeah, so like this, but less saturated. Pain makes you breathe out. You're gonna end the game and make it right. Okay, good. So seems no other choice but to go all out and hold the boost your way on down. Around, this is our down. Good. Yes, I'm also, I really need you with me. First really in my hand. There we go. That is one. In the dark, don't wanna be all alone. Can feel the heat, the light, but I remember where to go. There we go.
strong. What you see, the pain makes you brave them.
Oh, I missed the pink. There's pink on the gloves right through here. You just gotta add a little bit of that. Good. Do some cast shadow from the head. Let's see. Okay. I know it's not a big deal. I was doing some cooking on Sunday, and there's a stir fry that I try to do. And it's like a very sort of like leaner, easier stir fry than some of my other, so I'll call them recipes, mixes, approaches, whatever. So, you know, a lot of times when I do stir fry, I get bottles of sauce and just sort of pour that in. But this one, because it's sort of like my own little simple thing, is like a mix of some teriyaki sauce, some soy sauce, some ginger, and some black pepper. So I just kind of mix that all together. The last couple of times I've done it, I've tried adding some water just to increase like the volume of the sauce without throwing more in, right? Like I just wanted to spread more and sort of get on everything a bit more evenly. So I did that, and completely, like unintentionally, I ended up doing a really good sauce reduction. Like I know what sauce reduction is, but I've never been able to actually like do it well and look at it and be like, oh, that's how it works. But I like got just the right heat. It was just the right balance of things that it started to like reduce, and you know, a lot of the water evaporated off and the sauce started to get really like sticky and attach really well. And I'm like, oh, I get it now. So I was very happy. There's like, I felt like I leveled up my cooking a little bit. It was like, now I'm probably not ever going to be able to do it again, but I got it right the one time, and so I'm happy about that.
You came and killed my bones, you picked me up and walked me home. Said you'll never be alone, just lift your eyes, I'll make you.
What do we do for the background? Sure I will again. I'm sure I won't, but I appreciate the confidence. I appreciate the belief. Okay. I guess we can, yeah, we can go ahead and jump in on the paint over a little bit. We've got it going. We've got it in a good place. Now, where do we want to start? That's the big question. That's always the big humana. That was the wrong sound. I was going for huma. Oh well. Oh well. Okay. Actually, one thing I think is going to be fairly important just to sort of help nail down the look and feeling of the drawing is cleaning up the mouth a little bit, right? It was fine for a sketch, but we definitely want to make sure that we're sort of aiming for the right target and getting the right feeling. Oh.
Feel good. Feel good.
There we go.
And then when for the run of the weather hand in hand, take it on, you know you're strong. You simply falling down. We're running for the bandits, everybody in.
Better. Definitely more dialed in. Not done, obviously. We only just started, but better. I think because the angle, we'll see a little bit less of the underside of the chin here, right? Much more just the left side.
Never fall around, not forever hand in hand. Take it all in on your stride, and you sink it falling up.
Good. I'm just gonna go ahead and come in here and block out the eyebrows. Might as well do that draw through. Well, we're not committed to anything yet, right? Good. That actually made me think of something. Here you are. Okay. Oh, let me do two things really quickly. So we're gonna grab the hair. We're gonna grab the glowy bits. We're gonna take both of those and clip those. Look.
We've come too far.
There we go. That'll just make life a little bit easier. Not fighting the colors quite as much as we work the hair together.
The gift keeps on giving. What is this I'm feeling? If you wanna leave, I'm willing. We've come too far to give up who we are. There is the cross and it goes to the stars. I'm up all night to get lucky. All night to get lucky.
Which side overlaps? Okay, so this one actually overlaps the other one, like that.
Up all night to get lucky.
Okay, I'm not gonna put too much in because I wanna work more on the face before we start working a ton on the hair, because if we work on the hair and then I have to draw over it with the face, I'm gonna be upset.
Come too far.
Good. I'm just gonna grab a little bit of this to bring right in there. I'm gonna have to double check the bracer here and kind of make sure that we're getting the shape right. Setup is fine, but double check it, right? Okay, yeah, she doesn't have any claws or anything. It's just a very fine point. So we might actually reduce this a little bit. There we go. Let's see. This is gonna be a lot of little detailing to try and get right. It'll be interesting. It'll be challenging. An interesting challenge. There we go. One more time.
Celebrate joy today. No, we don't stop. You can't stop. We're gonna celebrate one more time. One more time. One more time. Celebration. Now we're gonna do it alright. Tonight. This feeling. Music's got me feeling the need.
Came back and the face was all green. Look, clown colors aren't meant to look good. They're just meant to read clearly. But yes, she does look much better with her actual colors and not whatever that was. There we go. Let's see. Oh, sometimes I get a good feeling, yeah. And a feeling that I never had before. No, I get a good feeling, yeah. Sometimes I get a good feeling, yeah.
And I feel it that I never had before. No, what could it be feeling? Yeah.
That's getting better. Starting to get that little detail in there, and obviously we don't want to get too caught up in the little details until we're happy with like the overall breakup, but just whatever. Just whatever. We're just having fun with it. Just kind of working through it as the ideas or the attention strikes me.
It sounds. I do it all night long.
There we go. There we go. So yeah, not cleaned up obviously, but we're getting the ideas in place. This is kind of the main concern right now. Okay, I think we'll kind of spread this out more like that. Yeah. Cool. So yeah, we'll have to do that for, excuse me, all 10 fingers. Shouldn't be a big thing, right? Surely. Surely it'll be fine. An AI would make 12 fingers. Why stop at 12? Maybe we can merge some of them together. Have an indeterminate number of fingers. Let's see. There we go. Yeah, I'm not gonna get into these tonight just because I feel like they're so complex. Well, they're not so complex, but they are complex enough that I'd rather save them for next time. Let's see. I love how this meme got associated with Metal Gear, even though I'm 90% sure it never actually featured in any of the games. The power of memes.
Living without choice is a life without a voice. When you can't even say my name, is the memory gone? Are you feeling now? No one call my name. We play this game, so I ask again. Will you say my name? You don't hear a word I say. As a lonely girl, are you feeling now? Are we all become invisible? There we go. Let the memory come.
Oh shit, what's the song called? Not this one. Yeah, I think it's this. Alright.
Night of fire. Night of fire.
Good.
Go.
Okay, that's a pretty good block out, I think. Nice gradients. Alright. Thanks for hanging out, Sonic. Hope you get some really good rest. I hope you have an excellent rest of your week. Everyone say goodnight. There we go. There we go. Yeah, that looks good. That feels good. I like that. There you go. Okay, cool. We're getting a really good block out going so far. I like the direction that it's going in. It took us a while to sort of get the sketch going, but the setup after that point, I'm feeling really good about. Let me check really quickly. I just want to look in to see if Echo is indeed streaming tonight. Let's see. Echo? Oh shit, where is she? I thought she was supposed to be on tonight. God damn it. We'll wrap it up soon. We'll wrap it up soon. Ish. Oh, that's unfortunate. I really thought maybe she streams earlier in the day on Tuesdays. I have no idea what her schedule is. Whatever. We'll figure it out. Sorry, I'm just gonna check Discord really quickly and see if she said anything. Ah, go live. So there was one yesterday. Yeah, I don't know. Alright, it's not a big deal. I was just hoping we could deliver it tonight. We will make it work. So we'll have to figure out who we are gonna raid then. We might raid Eve. There we go. Yeah, I won't get too caught up in the hands. Okay, let's clean up the sort of collar area a little bit more, and I think that'll be a good place to wrap up for the night. Okay, yeah, I see. So this kind of has to come around like that. Then that forms a shape like this. Ba-da-ba-ba. Yeah, I smell like beef. I don't. I think one of the great things about the internet is how it gives people that have always felt very like, isolated the opportunity to find people that appreciate them for who they are. I always love when some just like insane shit happens on the stream and the streamer just does something like completely out of left field and then someone immediately follows. It's like, yes, this one is mine. These are my people. I have found my home. Okay, let's see. No, not you, not you, not you. Ooh, no. Damn it. Thank you. It's been a sexy sort of night, hasn't it? Excuse me. Yeah. There we go. I like that. That's good. Okay, and then this, so this goes up. And then, yeah, it goes out like this. And then cuts inward like that. Ba-ba-ba-dum. Ba-da-bum. There we go. Okay. I think one more song, and then we're gonna wrap it up for the night. While we're sort of on this topic. Perfect. Well, perfect might be a little extreme, but satisfactory. Good. Workable. Yes. 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 Okay, cool. Alright. Well, I do believe that is where we need to call it a night. Because it is past 11. And we should go ahead and wrap things up. Good work today, though. We got some really good progress done. Really good setup, really good progress on Maya's drawing. Put the finishing touches on Eco's. I'm feeling it. I'm really feeling it. Unfortunately, Eco does not seem to be online tonight. I thought her schedule said she streams on Tuesdays, but I don't see her. It's okay. Ah, damn it. I think Eve signed off for the night. There goes plan A. Alright, what do we want to do then? Who do we want to go say hello to? Let's see. Fisani is on. Mookie is doing some drawing. Blind box characters. We could go say hi to Allie. Could go say hi to Eden. Alrighty, night. Appreciate you hanging out. Hope you get some really good rest. I hope you have a really good rest of your week. Everyone say goodnight. Let me see. Could also possibly go see if there's anybody new we could say hello to, or let's see, Lil Pookie is playing some Fantasy Life, so maybe go say hi to them.
If you're watching this video sitting down, I'm gonna need you to fix your fucking posture, you croissant-looking letter C crescent moon ass scoliosis motherfucker. Fix your spine! Damn!
What do we feel like doing tonight? I'm just checking some folks. Hmm. Hmm. I always like, you know, heading off to hang out with somebody. I know sometimes people just end their stream directly, which is fair. That's fine. I guess I just like, you know, keeping the party rolling, spreading the love. Let's see. Who do we want to say hello to tonight? You know what? I'm gonna be boring. I think we're just gonna go say hi to Eden. I think we're just gonna go say hello to Eden. She's playing some Dark Souls. So let me make sure that she's not wrapping up or anything, because it is... Normally she plays pretty... She goes pretty late when she plays Souls games, but it's also, like, around her endpoint. Oh, I gotta end the YouTube bot. Everyone say bye to YouTube. Bye-bye, YouTube. Let's get that raid best rolling. So we're gonna do a jazz hands raid tonight.